All right, good morning. So we are going to be taking a look at implementing this for something to be something that the player can interact with, or visualizes the things that the player is interacting with. In other words, we're going to be making a refactor on our UI health bar. Okay. No audio check today. I'm assuming everything is working fine. Didn't change any stats, so everything should be going good. Let's get into it. We start off immediately, as one does, with an exception. Let's fix it. Pretty simple stuff here. I think this can just be void. We don't need a pool on this. Alright, there we go. This isn't good. Alright, let's do it this way. I did a little bit of work yesterday on the body part after stream. Just had a little bit of energy to get stuff done, and knocked out a few things. I will be going back to it so you can see what it looks like, and I likely have to do some touch-ups with it, because that's going to be determinative to what's displayed and how it's displayed on the UI. Right now we're just making, obviously, we already have a way of healing wounds. We just need a way to tell, like, let's say we want to apply a bomb to your arm. That bomb's type matches the type of wounds that you're trying to heal. So you could either heal the wound directly, or you could just apply the healing bomb to the entire body part. And so this will just attempt to heal anything that can be healed. Actually, let's try using some link on this. Did we? Yeah, no. Let's do it this way. We don't want to allocate, because I could imagine certain scenarios. So what does the amount mean? So we apply a bomb. So let's say that bomb has an amount that it can heal. Right? Like basically an amount of wounds. Because you only need to apply one healing item to heal a wound. So maybe some items might have multiple wounds that they will heal. An extremely powerful bomb might be able to heal several wounds at once, or just every wound that's on it, right? Right.
Lately you don't feel like yourself, you kinda hate it. You suppress all of the thoughts in your head and say it's complicated. You hide your pain, but I can see it etched on your face. I know the feeling where you're okay, but you're barely breathing. Don't you walk away. There's a fear you're getting lost.
Oh, I think I know what to do.
Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on.
No. I'm very foggy today, so bear with me. I'm just formulating what I want this to look like. But I'm recovering though. I'm getting back into the groove. I'm not sure. I think February and March are just my worst months. Especially March. I don't know what it is. I always get foggy in March. Could be allergies, I guess. I don't know, but not particularly expressive of any kind of allergies that I know of. Just that addled feeling.
Tell me what's been going on. Tell me what's been going on.
Could be. All right. I think that's what I want to do. Not this. That's what I want to accomplish. There we go. Okay. So basically, we want to heal the part. We get the healing object. We tell it how much that object wants to heal. We check if that object can heal. If it does, then we just remove that. And that's it. That's all it is. And then we just go through them and start healing the different wounds. If this can heal those wounds. Done. Okay. Let's go back to our... This is the body part generator. You can see I've done a few things here. I put in a chance that this body part is likely to be the part that gets selected for taking the hit. And then the possible wounds that this part will get. That's how we're setting it up there. Now, to be clear, this isn't like set in stone, as in for the player. So if like the player is obviously attacking something's tail, we have the combat manager set up in a way that it will override this part right here and simply apply that the part you attacked is the tail. Because we would have like a separate collider there, and then we're using events to send out checkpoints essentially during the whole damage process. So we have one before the attack is executed, at the end of the attack execution, one before we deal damage calculations or handle the damage calculation, one after we've handled the damage calculations, and then we can apply the damage from there. Right? So rather, one after we've so before we actually deal damage. So between attacking and when we get to just before we deal damage, we've already calculated everything. So at that point, at the before damage call, we can ping that and say, hey, I want to hook in to this. Like, let's say the collider on the tail would have connected to that event and then said, hey, let me see what your damage number looks like. And say, yeah, you guys are targeting, let's say, the head. So instead, change the target to the tail. And then, boom, we'll be doing damage to the tail instead. Stuff like that, right? So this is just... Think of this kind of like just a default if there's nothing specific overriding it. That's what this is. And the combat manager is over here, and it's what's handling all of that. So this is just it doing the calculations for the damage as described yesterday. And this is just the flow. Right, so we have like right here, handle after damage, handle before damage, as I mentioned before. This is when it's going to be sending the signals. So it's right here we were going to be hooking in to these events. And you can see over here is where we're handling the calculations, just like I described. Right? So now right here is where we're going to be actually selecting which body part we want to deal damage to, or want to say that we're dealing damage to. So this is the part now where the ability, we need to handle that. All right, so let's do that. I think we only need the defender. So this is the power of, instead of just passing a number around, we pass around an object that's taking care of the information about the damage. There's other ways to do it. I just prefer to do it through an object. Okay. So we need to get the ability. I think it's game ability. Yep, there we go. Okay. Let's do this. This is gonna get kind of long. Oh, we didn't make it yet, I guess. We need to do a little bit of groundwork before we do this one. Save. We just need to inform it that the addressables have been updated for the body parts. That's all. Didn't take long. There we go. Okay. There it is. Okay. And we're just gonna make the torso the Sorry. Technically, this is unreachable. But in the case that this is actually invalid, then we can still just return null. That's like if the address we pass in is an invalid address. There we go. Okay, we need to make this get putty part the damage. Oh, what did I just do? There we go. There we go. All right. Next is good morning, Nick, or afternoon for you. You have noticed how much attention and hate people get for just saying antiviral under literally, and never even encountered that. Antiviral? I've never heard that term used, much less seen the hate that it gets, I guess. But good morning, Nick. Or afternoon. How are you doing, man? Have you gotten back into deving, or I haven't seen you post anything in a while? I seriously have no idea the context of what it comes from. Antiviral. Well, one thing that does make me pretty happy though is I've seen a lot of references just popping up here and there to solo leveling, which is like that's like the gateway drug into getting into Mahua, basically. Which to me that's great because I just love the idea that everybody's starting to enjoy manhwa. Like it's expanding a bit because you talked a few years ago. You said anything about manhwa, people were like, "Is that like anime?" And most people just didn't understand. Now it's like manhwa is kind of mixed in with anime to that extent that people still don't really see the difference, but it's basically like webtoons, right? And get rage bait. I'm not sure what it is either. Pretty sure it's reference to an. I've been sick. Yes, I've been sick yesterday. I got back from work, wanted to take a nap, and basically woke up at 6. Wow. Maybe you want to take up meditation, my man. That sounds like you're out of tune with your body. Gotta take that time to connect with oneness and reconnect your chakra. And find your transcendental being, you know? Or you could just go look at some more furry art. Same thing, right? No, meditation works, dude. It does. Anyone who says it's a scam, they just haven't tried it. But like this, it's a scam if you have to lose money from it, right? Like if somebody's telling you it's kind of like prayer, right? How prayer is a form of meditation, effectively. I'm not talking about it from like I'm not talking about it from a supernatural perspective. I mean, just like the good that it does for your body to take yourself out of a position and then give yourself the time to recuperate from your day, basically. You know, and put those ducks into a line. It's very beneficial for your brain. It really is. You're not going to gain superpowers from it, though, if that's what you mean. Like, if anybody says, yeah, you'll be able to walk on water and fly through the sky, then, I mean, if you believe that. Okay, yeah, no, but all jokes aside, it is a legitimate thing. Okay, so what are the body part? I think we have like a number on these, right? Hmm. I see. So we don't want a list here. We want a dictionary. Okay, gotcha. I forget who it was. It was a neurosurgeon that was talking about it a few years ago. The differences between the because he was talking about it from more of a cultural point of view, where um both sides, you know, you're going to have your atheists on every side or your agnostics on every side. It doesn't make a difference. They're just the people that say, well, you don't need to believe the supernatural parts to the story. But that's not the point, right? The point is, are there actual benefits to meditation, to prayer, and so on, if you exclude all of the supernatural elements to it? And the answer was yes. On the brain, there are positive reactions that you get to giving. It's almost like with sleep. You gain the same kind of benefits when you're getting a full night's rest, effectively. Or similar benefits, not the same. Yeah, I mean, that's like one of those. That's one of the many topics that you could easily go into a tirade about, but that's not the real point that I was getting at with it. But I get you. I get you absolutely.
In the morning, you felt so safe back then. Be honest, you live in your own circle.
All right, there we go. I was kind of hoping to get this part taken care of yesterday, but it's better this way. We need to actually work on this class a lot, which is part of why I didn't want to touch it. So we have to add a method for animating out the way that these abilities are played. So we'll get more like cinematic stuff where the camera will zoom in to the weapon's point of collision with the enemy, slow down. That's all built in. But then we also need other things to, like, let's say we want the player to do the ability, but only from like an elevated first point. So if they're on the ground, they jump up. If they are, and so on. Like, we have to just add these things to be able to generate these from the inspector rather than through code. That's what we're going to do. Not today. Today we're going to be working on the UI stuff. Set target body parts. You know what? Instead of doing a dictionary, let's just do it this way. Where's body parts? Body part data. I think we already did it. Yeah. No, this is the injury chance. We need one for the body part itself. There we go. There we go. So instead of making this a dictionary now, I'm going to make this back into a list. Give it this. There we go. Sam Harris, that was the guy's name. So this was many years ago, but basically he was talking about that benefit, and it was pretty cool. You know, that's the thing. You can make certain assumptions, but what it really comes down to is cost benefit. I didn't see so much of a cost attached to the benefits of what he was suggesting, which is basically giving your brain time to rest. It's probably the only muscle that you never give any time to rest until you die or fall asleep. Even when you fall asleep, it's still working in some ways. So giving it active times to work within, or figuring out how your own brain works, would be no different than figuring out how to actually use your fingers to hold a pen to write. Right? I mean, that's how he put it. And meditation is one of the things that actually helps you. Prayer also helps, but to a more passive extent. With prayer, what you're doing is you're hitting yourself up with effectively like dopamines as you consider. But the part of it that makes Alright, so the part of it that makes it beneficial is when you take the time to introspect, because you have to at some point, no matter how many times, no matter how vain or naive or arrogant the person is, if they're praying, at some point or another, there's going to have to be introspection. And that moment of reflection that has to happen is something that it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to become a better person, but it does give you better control over how your cognition works, how well you handle situations and stresses. You'd be surprised. That's it might be more subjective than you think. It could be working, it's just working because life isn't the part of people. The entirety of a person is not the part that you see, right? It could be, I know people very well who, in one scenario, they are a horrible, horrible person, but in another scenario, they are, like, you'd want that person to watch your back completely. And they have tons of other faces to themselves. That's just how people are. No one is so one-dimensional. We only get to see what we see. Maybe that's enough. What the heck is this doing? There we go. Alright, okay, so we're like working backwards a bit because we already made this class, so we're just extending it, essentially. Set target parts. So let's do that. Set target part. Let's put body parts over here. Alright, so now that we know that we have that class, we just need to pass it through now. So it's just a list of, actually, let's do it this way. Targetable body parts. That's just a random number. It doesn't make a difference. We're just normalizing it by something. Let's just make sure the numbers aren't going crazy. I mean, we technically don't even need it, but it's fine. You know what? Make it 10. Nice round number. Okay. So we're going to do now. If
Please compromise with me now. 'Cause I want everything now. Because I want everything now. But hey, yeah, the quieting down is compulsory now.
She's a itty bitty spider with a itty bitty ladder and a string jacket round her waist. When she gets a bite, you better run, you better hide, better prove that you're not worth the chase. Yeah, she might be pretty, but I promise it gets scary. Once you daddy and she finds out where you live. Creeping in the shadows, eating poisoned apples. She's nothing like you ever seen. Her mood goes up and down and round, and ain't no telling what she might do next. 'Cause she's a itty bitty spider with a itty bitty ladder and she might just come for you. Should always sleep with one eye open. You better keep in mind to always look over your shoulder. 'Cause when you think you're safe, just stay awake. She's moving closer. 'Cause she's an itty bitty spider with a itty bitty ladder and she might just come for you.
Let's see. Okay, fun fact, my auntie was convinced she was fighting a shadow alternate Satanist religion on the other side of the country. She was relaying info to a local priest and spying on their church. That's funny. I'm pretty sure there were like Protestants, a minority in Poland, while the majority, including her, are Catholics. There was also that one time where she said that Mars, Venus, and Saturn will block our view of the sun for 3 days, and then Christ will come. She was just preparing for an apocalypse. Her daughter, my cousin, was and still partially is a kind of her daughter, my cousin, was and still partially is a kind of a girl that would do awful stuff. Because she repented at church, she was convinced she could do basically anything. Okay. That's a funny story. Those are funny stories to me anyway. Those I consider people like that characters that make life very interesting. For sure. But it doesn't disprove the case that I was making earlier. Or rather, I was referencing earlier. It's not about whether or not individuals go to church and then repent. I mean, people have been doing that with the Catholic Church forever and ever, with a lot of different religions has some type of penance or purchasing of yeah, they do. Purchasing of forgiveness vicariously through some person of representative stature in uh, um, that theology. But the uh, the premise is that it's not that you're made smarter, it's that you or that others should view you as more intelligent. That's not the point of it. Or that you're more rational. It's about whether or not you are content with your own self, right? Because that's meditation. The entire point of meditation, all meditation, is to discover yourself, not what others perceive you as. So if the self that they discover led them down the road of thinking celestial bodies would create a golden stairway from the beyond, and that a messiah figure will come down those golden escalators. Oh man, so that's a whole other thing. To be absolutely fair, I find it all fascinating. And I think there's a lot of so I love mythology, right? And I think one of the, like, for example, you could have a modern mythology. And I really hope this happens, like in 3,000 years, when people look back and they hear the story about characters from our time period, and they've been aggrandized. Well, actually, it would probably take a little bit longer than 3,000 years, but they've been aggrandized into these, like how they had St. George in England slaying dragons and whatnot. A real person. Never, I mean, it's no dragons, but that's not the point, right? It's the story behind that. It's the romance of it that I think is super interesting. Can you imagine? I mean, I don't think the Egyptians would have ever imagined that to this day people would think that Cleopatra was some type of character beyond mortality, or that during the time of Hercules that he would be seen as a demigod, right? Certainly the poets after him referred to him as that, or Jesus, for example. Granted, he did call himself the Messiah within his time, I believe he did. He did call himself the Son of God within his time period, so maybe he's a little bit different in that. Well, there's a couple of them, right? Like the Buddha. I think towards the end of his life is when he was considered as a deific figure. Muhammad, I think it was in his Middle Ages is when he started referring to himself as being a prophet. So it's different, I guess, for each one. But in some contexts, I'm just fascinated with what people will look back in like 5,000 years from now and say the myth of our times would be. And that to me would be fascinating.
can set the world on fire, fire.
Did my message? Yeah, if you wrote something before, so the last message I had for you before that was they have cool NPC quest lines. Not gonna lie. I don't see anything else before that one, or after that one. If we survive and don't destroy the Earth, people will 100% be fascinated by. You see, like stuff like that. Like when people say, I mean, I know that you're just joking, but there's a real faction of people. There's a real faction of people who are, no matter what, it doesn't matter what belief system is behind it, they truly do believe that the world will end within our lifetimes, right? And that's a weird position to have, and it's just been a thing that's been going on since we've been writing stuff down. Everyone has always thought the world's going to end. It's either been an earthquake, a flood, whatever, comets, meteors, some type of unexplainable natural phenomena. It could be now nuclear, chemical, biological, whatever. There's so much behind it, sure. And then if there's a vacuum for it, people will then fill that void with a belief system. You know? So it's not unique to religions, is the point that I'm getting at there. At all, I think.
We can set the world on fire. I'ma break your neck.
Okay, now we built up the structure for it, so let's get the body part to damage now. Ugh, Hold on. Everyone thinks that there isn't much beyond the current time, but I think that like a subconscious mechanism, like a kind of do it now or else it will never happen. So it's ultimately beneficial. Possibly. You know, the white hand of Sauron. The proverbial father time. You know? Guess it's defining itself in different ways for us. Fine. I remember they were talking about this years ago. Somebody was explaining it to me about what happened back in I think it was in the 1800s, where people even jumped off their barn roofs thinking because they were informed by some local, which turned into a regional prophecy from a local, I think it was a Mormon or some other form of Seventh-day Adventist group type, that the world was going to end at a specific time at a specific hour, day and hour and minute, and people even jumped off their barns in order to be picked up in the rapture. So I mean, there's always such a thing as taking it too far, right? And so my point is, no matter what the belief system was behind it, it's like with water, right? Water is great. You need water to live, but you could also drown from water. It's just too much. So it's one of those types of situations where it's like, yeah, you know, even meditating, there might be too much of a good thing. Right? And maybe the folks that you just described meditated too much or prayed too much. So that's a possibility also. So, but it doesn't moot the point that you still do need water to live. Right? You still do need water to live, regardless. Hope I got that all together, the narrative together for you. Alright, so food for thought. I still think it would be fascinating, like what they would say in 3,000 years, like what characters in our timeline or time frame might be people that in 3,000 or 4,000 years are going to have myths attached to them. Like I mean, for an American, I would think probably already you're getting myths building around people from not even that long ago, like you know, human time scale wise, not long ago, but like Abraham Lincoln, George Washington never telling a lie. Abraham Lincoln, I believe it was either Abraham Lincoln that never told or George Washington, I'm not sure. Things like the ride sorry. Okay, sorry. Unity engine. So we need to Randy Uh, we need to select one randomly, I think. No, we need to, yeah. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so saying, so like the ride of Paul Revere in the US, I mean, it's a true story, but that's just like the fertile ground for myth. You know, like that's a long ride. That's a hard ride to go across all. I mean, that's that's devotion. You know, and I could see like something like that being where something might have come from with like Hermes, and so on, right? Like, it just makes it just like you could write a story from that base, and people have written stories about it. But I think most people try to approach it from a historical perspective instead of romantic. And so what I'm saying is maybe the romance part would make it even better. It's romantic in and of itself. It seems to breed uh, a level of romance even greater than that, though. That's what I'm suggesting. I think that's it. I think we're done. I think we have properly tied in our damage, our method. Oh no, we still have this. So we don't need to do this anymore. We can just do it like this directly. Okay, there we go. And so now over here, we can just do... body part damage. Oh, I haven't done this in a while. Actually, I did it earlier today, but I feel like doing it again. There we go. I like doing this. No slot machines for you. What happens? Oh, you're invincible. That's no fun. What the heck? There we go. Holy cow! that's a lot of money to lose. I mean, you you lose every slot you don't play, right? So I guess you can look at it as a win in a way. Every slot you don't pull, you've lost. So target, you know what, let's just copy this. Targetable. Targetable, yeah. What the heck? Has yeah, I think you said stream elements automatically goes up, so you were close. You were getting there. It would have been the first time I've seen anybody beat stream elements. Where am I at? I'm not even on the list anymore. Number 1, stream elements. 2, Nick. 3, Nepal. 4, Stoner. Elevations is 5. I'm not even on the freaking list. That's crazy. That is crazy. It is. That is what it is. So, okay. Let's move on. I think we're good now. So when we make the abilities, we can just give the abilities things to target. That's the idea. So on this, we need to make an importer. Because we already have abilities that we haven't put onto the generator yet. So this is going to be our way of importing them. Holy cow, how come I wasn't on the list? It didn't show me on the, or did I miss it completely? No, I'm not on the list. Interesting. Okay, I think that should be good.
Thin ice, walking on my own. Playing nice, should I let it go?
So now we can import abilities properly.
You said that it would change, but
Go
you're
back to Unity now, finally.
I'm losing hope.
Unity's having issues. Tags.
But you would never know.
What's the issue with this?
I'm still afraid the things
Tags member names cannot be the same as the enclosing type. Oh, so this type can't be this. Gotcha. Oh, Nick. Listen, man, that's life. You win some, you lose some, right? It's not so much about whether or not you had more than me. It's just, you know, I have more than you now, so it's fine. The world is as it should be. Maybe you want to. Hey, listen, you know, you still have a hefty sum. Where are you right now? You're at 4,000. Yeah, you're pretty close. You're not that far away. Maybe you want to, you know, pull the slots a few more times. You know what they say, right? How does that saying go? It goes something like, everyone who's ever lost money gambling are just the 1% that quit before they actually won. Right? I think it was something like 99% of people quit before they win or something like that. Yeah, there we go. 99% of gamblers lose right before they hit big. No lose, quit. Yep. You know? So if you keep going, maybe you'll hit it big. Or you could fall into that 99 percentile, you know? I mean, what's there to really lose if you think about it? I'm a bad influence. Okay, so we need to correct this. If you think about it, you've diversified your portfolio. I think on Romans you have like an absurd amount of money also, and over here, and who knows where else. You probably have a ton of money, like a chipmunk everywhere. Or rather, points. Okay. We have a problem. We need to change the name of this. That's part of what I was thinking about doing with this, but it's fine. This works fine. It's not avoidable. We have to do it this way. So let's register all addressables, and that should fix it. Yep, there we go. Oh, we still have an issue. Do we have anything that needs to be saved? Ah, there we go. Okay. Now we can do it. Oh, Change the name here. There we go. Now what's the issue? Ah, over here. Okay. Did I actually complete this? No? I thought this was done. So if the ability doesn't equal null, then ability get part to damage is going to return one part, whatever. And then we do, and we end it there. Otherwise, we check the defender, and we go to the defender's body and try to get the torso from there. And get the part. If we get a part, then we return that body part. I think there's an easier way to handle this.
Left uncovered. I'm thinking about four-leaf clovers. I've got composure, silver coin. You hold me, turn me on for right now, but expect to forget about it. Watch as the breeze burns golden smoke that you've stolen. Feels like it's my fortune that you're folding.
Oh, we already do it. Okay.
Doesn't work like it used to. As I know I remain a danger to me, to you. Growing altered by the moment, dear. And as the days turn idle, sweet on
I don't think we need an if here. We can just do it this way.
fire, waiting your arrival. I never expect to be sane without it. All you could ask for never made its way into your eyes.
There we go. But that lets us now select the body part that we're going to be attempting to deal damage to. Right? So that's over here. And let's actually return the body part. There we go. My fake... It's like having an alternate bank account under fake names in Switzerland. These internet points sure look like real life. My sister just sent me an image of a hamster on a leash. Sure, yeah. Not sure about the context, though, but it looks funny. Ah, it's from Pinterest, totally unrelated. Now she wants... That's nice. Enjoy it, brother. Alright, so now we're over here. So we select the body part, that's the second thing. The next thing that we need to do is... We kind of did a couple of things already. Like, we are knocking some stuff out. Like, we've made the damage, or rather, we've made the body part structure. We've organized that out. Then we came over here. We've set up the abilities to now spit out a random body part. We also fixed up the, or not random, but weighted body part. Then we also, hold on one second. I think we're forgetting something. Select body part. Yeah, we're forgetting something. Hold on. Yeah, we're supposed to do this. I need to think about a counter number. Where are we right now? We're on the ability. Maybe we're in the wrong area? I swear, I think sometimes women do that to torture you. Like, they very clearly are just testing you, I think, at that point. It has to be. I've never... that's one of the things that people say, you just never understand women. It's just what it is. Right? It always feels like it's a test. It really does. It always feels like a test, brother. But like I said, enjoy it. It is what it is. Eventually, when you deal with it enough, you learn not to give a damn. You just let the... what do they say? You can't control the waves, so why try? Okay, yeah, we should do it this way. Thought I made... I keep... every project I have to make this helper over and over again. I'm not doing it again. I'm okay with the way that it is. I'm not gonna do it. I'm done with making that helper. It's one of those annoying helpers that it's super convenient randomly. But I don't need it in this situation. I can get by without it. Okay, so we have to pass in a constraint and pass in the damage. And then from there, so this is handling its business. So we just need to get the pass in the damage. And as far as the constraint goes, right? So when you take damage and your stamina is low when you take the damage, or to some extent, it increases your chances of taking more severe damage, severe wounds is the idea. Or rather, targeting a specific body part, not the wounds. Is that good? I'm not sure. Is that a good way of handling it? Every time you hit... Okay. I don't think we need this. I think we were fine the way we were before. I think I misunderstood something. Yeah, we just misunderstood something. This is preset, so we have no real influence over it. The only thing you could do is like you get a new manual or a new ability or whatever, and when you're equipped with that manual, it will set what these abilities can target, the rate that they target these different parts. That's how it's set up. So it's not per attack. That's just the way it is. Okay, got it. All right. So now that we've selected the body part properly, then we add that part to this. We don't need this. We can get rid of this. All right, what else? Okay, so now is the part that we ping out to everything. Hey, we haven't applied damage yet, but we're about to apply damage. Right? And then we've updated the damage with the amount one more time just to make sure that this is all set up. After we run this, then we start doing stuff. So we need to do add wounds damage. Okay. Or actually, we should call this... What is this doing hurt right now? Hurt doesn't do anything. Oh, it does do something. We call it, it calls try hurt. Oh, this is just animation. Okay. That's right. We never made an actual way to do real damage to things. We just we're knocking things around and animating. So now we're actually applying damage. Okay. So now we're going to apply damage to this, right? I mean, I know one of my sisters also is kind of weird in that way, right? Like there's always these quirks. I've never bumped into it. For example, I've never talked to another guy and had to parse my words in such a way that because I knew it was going to create a misunderstanding, right? So like when I would speak to her, I would say to her, "Yeah, no, I could see where he's coming from." Right? And then the reaction to that would be then by default I'm saying they're right, you're wrong. You know what I mean? And that kind of situation is just, it's like, okay, now we have to take a step back and then say, all right, there's other things guiding the emotions here. I even with the most emotionally driven guy that I've had to deal with, which is this one kid that I remember. Um, he was in high school at the time, and I kid you not, this guy was in love every single week, and it wasn't like, I can't say it was like random. Well, no, it is random. I can't say it wasn't legitimate. It wasn't authentic. I think he was authentically in love every single week with a different girl, if that makes sense. And it would be like he'd come and then he would start singing songs, and I mean, this guy is emotionally driven. Yeah. And um I'm like, there's some people, they have a lot of love to give, I guess. So he, even in his case, he didn't have to mince words, and he could get the joke, and he could understand nuances easy, or appreciate. I shouldn't say understand. He could appreciate nuances easy. But when it comes to like certain things, you just have to parse them differently. That's why I say that when you just got to enjoy it. You can't really fight it. If she wants to get a hamster, let her get a hamster. There's no rationalizing it. There's nothing else. You can't say, well, you wanted a dog, now I have a dog. So it doesn't work. It won't work, dude. There's no rational thought to be applied there. It's tyrannical. It is tyrannical, for sure. Okay, so now we just need to apply the damage. So in this case, our damage is very different. We are basically applying wounds. Right? We haven't actually hooked in the HP system into the wounds system quite yet. So that'll be interesting. So first we need to apply damage to the stamina. So Hamsters are awesome though, dude. Like I really enjoyed them. I think I told you already. I had one, had 3 when I was younger. They're awesome little pets. They're very curious and also very if you let them, they'll naturally just explore everywhere, and they don't like closed spaces. They like, despite looking like they're super chill like a rabbit, like rabbits will just sit there. Like a pet rabbit will literally just sit there, and that's its entire life. Hamsters, they really like moving around. Like you have to, in some cases, you have to actually force a home pet rabbit to move around. With regular rabbits, they'll go everywhere. And so hamsters are more like regular rabbits in that way. They have a lot of energy to vent. Okay, so stamina. And I guess we can just pass in the... I don't think you told me about hamsters versus humans. No, it's not ringing any bells. Actually, we can't do it this way.
You know I'm one of a kind, or so I've been told. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. This is paradise. This is paradise. Yo! Don't be afraid to let go, just a little bit more. Taking the heavenly glow, we've come to adore. No matter where we go, I know we're gonna make it. No matter where we go, I know we're not alone. We face it all cause now we know that we can take it. We face it all cause we go big or we go home. Dance like you made it, you found it all. This is paradise. Dance.
I think we do it this way, actually.
This is paradise.
This is how I made it.
This is paradise.
No, I can't take the silence.
There we go.
Now I find comfort in the rain. Tell me who can I rely on when those I love.
So now the body part takes care of what wound it wants to add.
She dreams of you, she calls your name at night.
As in the threshold for the wound.
I'm frozen in the snow, can't win this fight.
And from over here, we'll try to get the wound's data. So we do add wound. And then when we get that wound, then we run add. If we do get a wound, then we run add here. And then this add, basically this, create the new wound, this part.
No, I don't recognize us anymore. Baby, you look
Right, and so now instead of add wound, we first check if the, first we set this to dirty, then we say if the wound already exists. If it does, then we run start on the wound. Wait. Okay, so when we call start here, this is just going to return true or not. Okay, so that's what we need to do. So if we actually do start this over, then we just return true. Otherwise, we're going to and do this. Add another wound to this. The idea. Make sure we get the remove correct also. Looks like we did. Gotcha. Okay. Looks good. Oh, hold on. Okay. Inside. But it is such a silly idea that I couldn't pass it. I'm sure. Yeah, okay. It's like 2 obstacle courses to scale of hamsters and humans, and they would just have a 1v1 on a set on sets that look like the same. Some of them are designed mainly for humans, and some for hamsters. It started off sounding scripted. It was fine. The hosts were just speaking to the audience directly and making fun. Okay, so it's almost like an impromptu type of show. I mean, the hamsters, if it's designed like for hamsters, that's already like giving them a handicap where they don't need one, because hamsters by default, hamsters are quadrupedal and humans are bipedal, right? So it's really a question of which one is superior at doing things that a quadrupedal can do better, while looking silly doing it, obviously. No, it's like quadrupedal supremacy. Okay. Let's get... I think we are... So this is going to apply the wound. When we add a wound, we want to... So let's add something here. So for right now, we are going to leave it with this, where when we hit something, it will inform the wounds. Right? That's the idea. It'll inform the wounds. that something was hit on the UI, and it'll update the UI accordingly. That's the idea. So let's actually go to the game and see if it even runs, because we have not run the dungeons. Wow, we've been just dealing with different sides of the code. Data side, then world development side, and now we're back to the dungeons because we had a inspiration to work on. I need to re-enable this player. Create. Okay. What else? So let's reactivate the dungeon HUD. Okay, so this is how the UI was set up originally. But we're going to change this. So this health bar, I like it, but we're going to get rid of it. We're going to put everything over here into the bottom left. It's going to be much, I think, much smaller. You're just going to have a little, instead of having these horizontal for the elements, it'll just be little dots going across, and the thin bar for the stamina, and then above that is just going to be the transparent basically area of icons, each icon representing your current wounds that are on you, right? And then over that is going to be a thin line. When you press escape, it'll bring up the thin line. So it's going to be like a little menu that, well, not a little, it's going to be a side menu that comes up here. So it's going to unfold, go up here, and you can select your various options. But the idea is to keep the rest of this UI crystal clear. I had the same idea with this. Where is it? Get rid of this. So this is how I had it originally. Let's run it. Let's see, because I haven't touched this, but I've touched things around it. So I'm fairly sure that we're going to have problems. Let's turn on the enemy. Let's turn off enemies for now. We just see like what's broken. We'll deal with enemies in a second. Because I've messed with other code, so something's gonna be broken here. Okay. So it's talking about the skill tree for some reason. The manager. Yeah, here. Oops. Back. Once we get here, it wants to do stuff with the skill tree. It wants to instance the skill tree. That's fine. Problem starts with here. Okay. So draw tree is getting called. So we don't want it to be called. Okay, got it. Okay, there we go. That should fix it. All right, so that's one issue. Yeah, they have a show in the US. It's not similar, but I mean, it's similar in the idea of just watching people do silly things like that. Called Whose Line Is It Anyway? I don't know if it's still running, but it was a pretty funny show. I remember I used to watch it when I was a kid. Still didn't work. What's going on? How did we get here? Fishing is not it should be disabled. Yeah, it's disabled. How is that happening? This shouldn't be happening. Right? We're telling it not to do this. What the heck, bruv? Did I forget to save? No, we saved. I'm about to delete it. Yep, skill tree is disabled. This is it right here. And it is a singleton class. How did we get to this part without it being active? Try this. Nope, it still fired it off. You're seeing what I'm seeing, right? Like, legitimately, this thing is not active. So that means that something is making it active at some point? Alright, we don't need this here anyway. But in Whose Lines is it anyway? It was just four comedians slash actors doing impromptu stuff. Like you give them like weird challenges to do. So it's like you're paddling up a river using 2 forks. Right? And so they have to work together to create a scenario that would normalize paddling up a river using forks. And it's pretty funny. Right, and I mean... Okay, good. Got past that part. Okay, now what's wrong with this one? Actor data. So why are you crying? Object reference not set to an instance of the object. And actor data? Right, we don't use actor data anymore. So I think we need to go back and remove actor data's functionality. Right, so let's get rid of this for now. Because we replace actor data with entity. Which is, I think, at a... It should be over here, yes, right here. Right, but we don't build the entity here. The entity is already built before we get to initialize by the entity manager each time. So we shouldn't need to do much here. But we're going to just turn actor data completely off because it's going to create problems for us. So this is just the actor class, and the actor class still... I don't think we were using any of these. But stat manager we might want to use. Hold on. Okay, that's already set up. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Yeah. Okay, we're back. I don't think we use the broker here anymore, either. I think the entity has its own broker. Yep, it does right here. These were public, so we can probably just do this. We have one? Nope. Oh, we do. Awesome. Okay, so the ones we haven't set up yet are the effect manager and the equipment manager. These still need to be set up inside of the entity. We're not going to do that right now because I want to get over towards the UI stuff. So we're just going to hook them in a different way. Okay. Equipment manager and effect manager. Oh. There we go. Okay, I think that should do it. So there's going to probably be problems down the road because we just changed a ton of systems without actually looking at all of the other stuff that we're relying on those systems being there. So we're going to be walking through them. These are all functional, I think. They should all be functional. It's just whether or not it's going to have a problem because it's going through actor data originally. So we just need to let it know, hey, it's not actor data now, it's called entity. That's it. Yep, we have 5 problems. See? Yeah, actor data. Okay, that's one group of stuff. Now it's time to find the next group of stuff. I don't believe you. It's saying nothing, but we all know that that's not true. Unity's lying. Always lies. Yep, there we go. Object reference not set to an instance. What is this class? I don't even remember making it. Oh, this is the UI. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, UI player resource. Gotcha, gotcha. So this isn't going to work because these don't even exist anywhere. They already started making it so the UI works differently. But regardless, we shouldn't even get to that problem. It's saying that this is... UI player resource manager. So... where is this? I think we probably have it over here. Makes sense. Nope. Okay, here it is. This is a static class, so what is it crying about? Object reference not set to an instance of the object. What object? Maybe I need to... I don't know. What is this?
We were playing with fire. Everything turned to dust. When we aimed to fly higher, we got lost.
Okay.
Each other down. We kept running from the shadows in the night, realizing it was not worth the fight. Moving on alone was not that right, 'cause we were never meant to be. Dum dum da dum day. Dum dum da dum day.
What happens on base disable? technically, entity should never get to null. Unless we're... Okay, yeah, unless we're, like, exiting the game or something. And then, yes, obviously. This is the editor-specific problem. Okay. The exit problem should be gone. We don't do this. This is old code. We don't need to do that. Right? Because we don't need to unregister the broker. The broker is always registered now, because we have entities that exist regardless of the scene. Yeah, okay, we're good now. So that's the exit stuff, but we still have a problem over here, where this is actively saying something is null. So let's find out what's null.
Exhale, cause I heard it helps, but same old way I felt, resting on my shoulders, cold night in a sleepless bed, white eyes with a glaze of red, I'm going round and round.
Something else.
It won't let me out.
What is it crying about? I'm like so lost. Okay. Do controls work? The cursor is working. The textures are not loading properly. Well, they loaded over here, but they didn't load. So they're loading in this view, but not in the game view. I think. Where am I? Yeah. I think I am over here. I have no clue why my grass is showing over here. This is the regular scene view. But in game view, it's not showing anything. Interesting. Ugh. Okay. Let's try just loading it one more time. Maybe that's what it will take. I just need to see the actual, because I have zero clues about why it's not loading. Interesting. I did not expect to... I mean, with Unity, you have to learn to expect every unexpected bug. I just don't want to deal with it, bro. Like, I don't know what I did to deserve that one. Like, this is just painful. It displays properly over here. And it's not giving me any exceptions over here. So I gotta look at the load order. But this is operating independently of any of my code. I'm not like telling it, hey, generate now. Anywhere. It's just doing it automatically. Ugh. Yeah. At least I can look at the scene view and say, hey, the map looks alright. Wish I could do the same in the game view, considering I haven't even touched this scene in, like, forever and a day, right? Ugh. You know what? Let's just disable... Oh, wait, I think I know what the problem is. It might be the camera. Needs to be extended a bit. No, we have foliage. Alright, let's just turn these on and see which ones are not showing. What the heck? I'm lost, man. What the holy cow? It has nothing to do with the layers. It just doesn't want to show them unless I have everything turned on. This is a bug. This has to be a bug. This is absolutely a bug. This is a bug and a half. You see what's happening is that the culling mask, I have a couple of options. And if I turn any option off, suddenly the camera doesn't render the grass anymore. It doesn't matter what the option could be the UI. It could be the ground. That makes sense. Right? This is the foliage. That makes sense. We don't want to render trees and whatnot. But the moment that we turn anything off, it suddenly just stops rendering the grass. Let's take a look at the terrain for this and see what's happening over here. Maybe it's something... It's on the ground layer. It could be that it's just not setting the layer to ground here. So I just did that manually. Let's try that again. Go back up to the camera. Okay, now I can turn this off. And if I turn off ground, now it goes away. Awesome. Okay. That's craziness. The fact that you can end up with a null on your... That's nuts. And it doesn't throw an exception? That's crazy. Okay, well, we fixed it. But that was nuts. Okay. So now with the player, all right, let's try running it now. Okay. So we have a couple of problems. That's a problem. The camera is broken, or rather, it's not looking at the player, or doesn't know to look at the player. Also, the controls are broken, so we need to find out what's going on there. So with the player, when we start, we should just be registering ourselves to the controller. Right here. So my question is, are we getting here? Debug.log. Oh, I think I disabled the player. No, I didn't. All right, let's check. Oh, whoops. We're in the wrong area. Where is it? Player. There it is. Okay. Ugh. Okay, we're not running it. Oh, we already had a method for it. That's nice. Nice. Okay. So we are getting the entity, but we're not assigning the entity. So we just assigned it. That was the problem. So now the camera should work and all this other stuff. There we go. Okay. Controls are still not working, but camera works. Let's do that. So we can get rid of this. Ah, that's why. We gotta get rid of this now.
I can't take it anymore. My mind's about to go to war. I need someone to save me from myself, to hear me cry when I call out for help. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like I am close to reaching my wit's end, holding out, but I'm about to blow it up like a volcano. pushing back the tears. Should take a leap of faith and face my fear. I blame it on the voices that are in my head, wondering if they'll ever be put to bed. Feels like
I'm just doing that to see what will happen. It should break, but
holding out, but I'm about to
yeah, I think it broke.
like a volcano.
Yeah, good.
I am broken, words unspoken. I'm afraid I'm drowning underneath. I got lost in summer feelings that I can't seem to find my way to breathe. Need you by my side, I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time, leave it all behind. Life can get so rough, hope that I'm enough. Let me be the one for you.
I think Unity is still... Yep, Unity is still... I need to restart Unity. Give me a sec. Never use while loops like that, and you'll be okay.
I'm trying not to let go of my pride, but every time you come back, it's like falling down these lies again.
Yeah, we have to...
That I have deep down inside. I just wanna be the one you need. And now I need you by my side. I can't sleep at night. Let's get lost in time, leave it all behind.
Alright.
Can't get enough.
You've not experienced Windows Server 2012. The psychological pain it caused is trauma I don't want to relive. If you name a file in the wrong way, you need to... Oh, shit. And set it up all over again. Yep. You seem to be familiar with different kinds of pain, man. Did it start yet, or still like it's still doing stuff? There we go. Okay. All right, let's run it, see what happens.
I'm not a saint, you're mad. Your sugar-coated doll is not so pure, my bad. I don't give a. You stepping on me and that karma mama touch you better than that. You're mad, I guess you're mad. Wore my best pajama for this drama. Why you talking like that, like that, like that? I'm not gonna spend the night, I'm talking. You got bad things on your mind, keep walking. Spit your words on someone else. Don't act like you're so obsessed with me, with me. You know that I ain't coming back, I'm sorry. Read my lips, you do not like that. You're drowning without me. Take it all back, but if you want my sympathy, honey, well, come as a bitch, get
There's a better way to hook this in. I'm just being lazy. I'd rather just get it out of the way because we're just testing. The goal of today is the UI, not setting up the rest of that stuff. What are you crying about now? Object reference not set to an object. Okay. I have no clue what's going to happen there. I mean, I have an inkling, but not sure. Ah, no. It worked, at least. This thing is like gung-ho about making sure that, did I forget to set it up in Entity Manager? That's the only other solution. Oh, we just forgot to set it up. There we go. Anything else we forgot to set up? I think that's it for now. I think everything else is pretty much there. Yeah, it's just working my way backwards through errors. Eventually I'm going to end up finding the one that caused this problem. Okay, so now we're in the equipment and weapons stuff. So it's saying what? Object reference not set to an instance. What object? What object are you talking? Weapon data dot create. Are you saying weapon data is nothing? That's literally impossible. Interesting. How is that null? That should never happen. Like, I should get errors in other places before that happens. That's kind of scary. Where are you? Data. Okay, so what was it now? It was the scythe, right? Weapon scythe. That's the ability. I don't see it. Oh, I know what happened. I made a change. I think I made a change, but I didn't. I made the change. I gotta go to it. Weapon data. It should have picked it up though, right? Because equipment data. Yes, I'm trying to remember what that change was now. Yeah, so we made the change here, but I should have picked up on it. It does, because it's producing the property. Weapon scythe. Oh, there's two default scythes. Why are there two? Oh, it's just for the combat style. There's only one. And it does have... So it's here. Oh, game data. Be very patient with this. Be skilled, progression, looking for W. Right here. So what is happening? Why is it coming back with nothing in it? Oops. It's very dangerous what's happening right now. Alright, let's look at what's happening in this. Why is this just default now? Did I delete it or something? Okay, that should solve it. I don't know why this is returning default. I don't recall. I must have changed it. I must change it at some point. Okay. Maybe I deleted it and then like rewrote it accidentally. Just put default in place of everything else. Alright, what next? Okay, so we've gotten past this now. Awesome. But now it's just crying that the equipment manager... I think it's crying that the equipment manager doesn't exist. Which is probably true. Because... got rid of it. What's equipment manager need? Not much. We need to rework this later on, because like instead of actor here it should be entity. But for now it's fine. Equipment manager is going to be equal to this. So I don't think we need to worry about the entity for this one. But the effect manager does want to know. Where am I? I'm in actor. And in player, when did we assign the... I think we assigned it after this. Yeah. There we go. So once the entity manager actually has a player to get, then we'll assign the player, and then we'll start the regular initialization. Again, this is temporary. Really just there to not make me have to spend 2 hours making the other side of the system. Or it's called a handshake between the manager and other parts. I've done it tons of times on stream already, so nothing new. Null reference exception. Actor movement. Where are we? Actor movement needs a reference to the body. Body is the Richard body. What are you crying about? All you have to do is just do get component. Oh, actor movement is on the actor. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. Why is it being called? That's the question. What's calling it originally? But something is calling it before this thing is actually out of initialized. I think I need to make a state machine for, or I think I have a state machine. I think I need to put one on the player. Even though I'm just testing stuff out. I think I would just get around this by just putting a state machine on it and setting it to a specific state. So these other things don't. Okay, so the problem starts over here in the movement trail. There we go. Line 95. '95 was spawn trail. What part of this ends up with me needing to communicate back to the actor, though? That's what's confusing the heck out of me. I need to run it one more time, I guess. Because there shouldn't be any part of this that basically. Yeah. Speed. Okay, right here. So we need to get the speed. Body linear velocity. So, where are we? We can just do this. Ah, I see. Okay. So, like, it shouldn't happen, right? Because we tell it to destroy this if there is no movement on this.
Saying you
Okay.
I've been sitting, resting, and drifting. That was all that I had. But
So
no,
now we should assume that we don't have access to body,
I faced it. My scars won't have ghosts no more.
because we haven't come here. We don't need... But it doesn't matter. Inside of player is where the problem starts.
Leave it all abandonment. Only had the dragon for lifetimes. The only face we see enough to let him in. Writing on the walls inside is filled with our waste again.
Alright, let's try it this way. I still think it would take longer if I had done this the right way. I just want to test this. Holy cow. Oh, we don't even get here. Hold on. There we go. Forgot about that.
Be quiet. I hear the thunder that comes from far away. It's like a noise in my head. Oh, this world hides, this world hides. It gets you deep and leaves the sky. Oh, this world hides, this world hides. It gets you deep and leaves the sky. Curtains fall apart, and it frees your heart. It's no longer
Alright.
the same. Curtains fall apart, and it frees your heart. It's no longer the same.
Okay, we're in a new area, so it looks like we fixed that problem. Okay, so this is the easy one. It's just the event bus. So... Or it might not be so easy. Never mind. Why? What's calling this? Actor data? We got rid of actor data, though. Oh, the equipment manager. Okay. So, what's happening? We're getting to here, which means that hurts a bit. So if we're getting that far, where we're trying to equip the weapon, it means that we've already identified the entity. And over here it's saying object reference not set to an instance of the object. So it's crying about the event bus. The event bus is basically the entity. Alright, and on the player, we set the entity over here. I'm beat up. Like, I'm running in circles. I think it's starting to kick my behind. I don't get it. Unless I forgot to set up. Did I forget to set this up again? Where's entity? Easier if I just this. Yeah, we do it here. So it's not one of those cases. Alright, let's find out what it is. Right? Hit me with it. B. Oh, okay. We forgot to enable it. That's what it is. For some reason, we separated it. We should probably not do that. Yeah, let's not do that. Let's actually put it here.
Take me down, 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 down. Try to lift me up, but above all, I will stop the time crashing through my mind.
I'm confused. Where is this? This is an actor. Shouldn't have this. This is junk. Oh no. We're doing it 2 places. What's the other place? Oh, actor data. Okay, all right. Okay. So now enable doesn't matter. We should still do enable, but it doesn't matter. Let's go ahead and enable it, I guess. Okay. A lazy enable.
Here we are, we locked down in different cities.
Okay, come on, buddy. Next error. B. So it's still saying the actor is nullissimo. I'll be right back.
Take me back to the life that we once knew, when the walls weren't closing in like they are now. 'Cause it's been too many years since California. I wish I could get there, I don't know how. See, one day I'm gonna reach ya, take a plane for many miles. We pretend that time didn't pass us by when we're on Mulholland Drive. I know it won't be long before dawn, gotta be
Okay, so I have no solution for this. Besides approaching this from a first principle. But I don't want to do that yet. Like, I want to save that for, like, next week or something. I want to do it right now. But it's gonna hit me with so many problems. Wait, why is this being called in here? Oh, I gotcha. So basically, it's trying to equip the weapon. And then we go to add. Then we pass in the actor from here. The first sin is right here. So it's weird, right? Because this is saying that the actor is null. Okay. No, it's not saying. What is it saying? Yeah, it's saying actor is null. Okay, I get what's happening. I understand. I understand completely now. I get it. I get what you're saying, buddy. I don't know why you're saying it, but I get it. I think. I might have just confused myself a little bit. So we have entity here. We assign. Then we do the initialize. Then we go here, and then we go to effect manager. And then pass in this. This is then going to pass in that entity. So let's do this. What? So this is false. In other words, we do have that. So the problem isn't this. The problem is actually here. Okay. My brain is getting it. There. That should link those other two parts up now, and we should be good to go. There we go. camera is still being the camera, so let's fix that real quick. Or actually, it's not the camera, it's this. Mm. Okay, so what happens when we try to do an attack? Ah, game breaks. Okay. Object reference not set to an instance of the object. Where are we? The ability manager. Okay, so we never actually populate this with stats anymore. We used to so we don't do this here. Actually, we should do this from the entity manager. Yeah, we haven't really made the generate script for this yet. But we should. So over here in the awake for this, we're going to do stat manager dot Okay, actually, let's do it here. Right back where we started. Okay, there we go. So this should initialize our stats now in the stat manager. Let's make sure of this. Yep, okay, we're good. Wrote a lot of code without ever testing it, so. And we broke something now. Camera is broken again. Why? I don't know. I didn't change much, did I? Oh. I gotcha.
Walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Wish you the best in your journey. Last time I saw you, lady. Last time I saw you, we were walking other ways. Walking other ways. Now listen, ain't it crazy? Ain't it crazy? Wish you the best in your journey. Wish you.
What the heck? Okay, what am I doing here? Okay, gotcha. Okay. Interesting. So we're getting a problem here. But we shouldn't be. Worked. Endurance is right here. Interesting. So let's just do a debug here, I guess. Find out if we're actually adding anything here. And I guess we can do this. Alright. So we are assigning them. It's saying that this is false. None of them are null. Get away with this. Yep, endurance is right here. But then it's giving me a problem over here. Thing endurance points doesn't exist. So where do we set endurance? Endurance is so confused. Wait 1 second. Do we never call this? Is that what this is telling me? Endurance is equal to manager.get properties base stats endurance. What the heck? Should be working. Interesting. I see. There we go. Don't know why that didn't click. There we go. Hey, attacking works again. We have a weird issue going on now with the cursor. We cannot cast magic spells. Nothing is breaking, but we can't cast them. But we have a functional dungeon again. I was kind of worried that we wouldn't have a functional dungeon. Like, I knew that we would have to go through all of that nonsense. I didn't like the new nonsense it was developing along the way, but still, fine. Okay, mouse is fixed. Not sure why it broke to begin with, but okay. Try it one more time. Now it's like doing its own thing again. Is it based on my position in the world? Yeah, now it's just doing... No. Yeah. Math is... It's doing something relative to my position. The further I get away from there... It looks like I've clamped it somehow. It looks like it wants to try where it's positioning itself relative to mouse's position and vector 3.0. And as you get closer to vector 3.0, the offset becomes smaller. So if I go over here, it should get bigger, but in the opposite direction. So just start going under, unless it's entirely clamped. No, it gets actually, yeah. I think it's very much doing its own thing, but I think it's worth looking into. Regardless, it's unstable. I see. It's because it's sending a raycast, and the raycast is hitting, which is what it's supposed to do. But the point is useless. I'm not even gonna bother with it. I get what's happening though. It's just raycast shenanigans. I think we're gonna call it here though. What time is it? It feels like we've been at this for a bit. Yeah, we have. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna call it there. Thanks for joining. Nick, if you're still around, thank you very much for the convo, brother. I'm going to get a little bit of rest. I'm not sure if I even slept yesterday, but we do things. Fair enough. Alright, man. Take it easy.